Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 148th running of the National Western Stock Show, and today's events, the open meat sheep, open ewes. We're starting with showmanship. We'll do seniors, juniors, and then peewees. This time, I'd like to announce our judge for the day. He's had a tough morning, but he's got here and he's okay, so we can fix cars. This is Mr. Wade Franklin. He's from Shallow Water, Texas. He's the owner of Franklin Show Lambs and a feed representative for High Noon Feeds. His wife Clayton and son Hudson work with him with the show lambs. He is a member of the national champion livestock judging team at Kansas State. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would, give a warm welcome to Mr. Wade Franklin, our judge for the day. Join Kirk Steerwald, renowned Andis livestock grooming educator, for a live demonstration in the Beef Palace Auction Arena. Kirk will explain the latest techniques to create award-winning results with your Andis tools. Please check your schedule for dates and times.
Well, good morning. I apologize for being a little late this morning. We had a little incident on the interstate out there, and things got delayed. And so I know getting these sheep ready is twice, or at least not knowing exactly is a pain. And I've been in your shoes, and it's not that fun. So I want to apologize to you exhibitors and you families for my lateness this morning. We've got a really good set to start the day. And the senior showmanship has gotten off to a good start. These four we're going to keep, and we're going to bring them back later. They're doing a great job. And actually, all three of these are quite outstanding. There's just a thing or two that I might change and be a little bit different. Let's give them a nice hand as they exit the ring. They did an awful good job, and we'll keep going. Congratulations, you guys.
John Deere is the official agriculture and turf equipment provider of the National Western Stock Show. Visit your local John Deere dealer for great deals now, and remember, nothing runs like a deer.
Again, super competitive group. We're going to keep these three and bring them back out for further future evaluation. But the young lady over here on the end does a nice job. I almost just kind of think she needs to just get a little more into that sheep. It's almost like her posture keeps that sheep from driving. It's almost like she's pulling him to him. And the same thing with the young man. Head and neck quality is a 10 out of 10. I give him a big credit. He's got that ewe really set up nice. I just wish he could get a little more downhill and get a little more out of her. And then these two, we might change their posture just a slight bit as I talk to them. Let's give them a nice hand. They did a great job. Congratulations.
Murdoch's Ranch and Home Supply. Family, work, pets, land. Murdoch's has you covered with jeans and boots, hardware and fencing, toys, tack, and so much more. Shop Murdoch's online or find your store at murdochs.com.
again, super competitive group, and the young lady here on the end deserves some recognition. She does a really good job. Head and neck and the posture of that sheep's front end is awfully nice. I just would maybe try to get just a little more out of her. She needs just a little more cheek when we study her sheep individually, and so maybe situate her sheep slightly. We'd just like to get maybe just a little more drive and just a little more downhill. The young man does a good job. He's got a really nice sheep, up-fronted, good-looking. That sheep ewe lamb wants to sway slightly, and I would change his posture just a bit to keep her from swaying, and so he gets just a little more out of it. And the young lady here with the fitted sheep, a little bit different presentation, but I'd just like to get just a little more neck out of that ewe, maybe hold her up just slightly better, even though she's not going to drive her or anything like that, but maybe just a little more skull, a little more attentive up front to make that thing more competitive in this group. Let's give these exhibitors a nice hand. Awfully competitive set.
Next in the ring is the Champion Drive of Senior Showman. Champion Drive of Senior Showman next in the ring. Saunders Construction was locally founded in 1972 and is now one of the largest and most stable construction companies in Colorado. Saunders offers well-paid positions with opportunities for career growth. Visit us at www.sandersincorporated.com for information on career opportunities.
This has been fun. The senior showmanship was super competitive. We've got some individuals on the wall over there against the fence that did an outstanding job. A couple of minor things, and I used to say that I wouldn't enjoy judging showmanship, but at this stage in my life, I really enjoy this. Nobody appreciates a good showman more than me. I've had the chance to work with some really good showmen, and it makes the difference between winning and losing a sheep show. And here's my opinion. Just make your sheep look good. I don't care how you do it. If your sheep looks good, you can have whatever kind of posture, whatever kind of stance you want. I just want your sheep to look good. I'm not that big on changing sides, and it doesn't have to be an obstacle course. I'm going to judge his showmanship just like we're going to judge the real show. And the sheep matters. Don't bring a crummy sheep to showmanship, because we're looking at the whole overall picture. And if you have a really nice sheep, which you can tell there's a few sheep in this top group that's probably going to do well as we go on in the show. If you have a nice sheep, bring it to showmanship. It helps your showman. Don't bring a crummy sheep to showmanship, because we're looking at necks and shoulders and top lines, and if they're square on their feet, and if your lamb is naturally good shouldered, good neck, good top line, square on their feet, they're going to look good when you show them. And so that my advice is bring a nice one. The young man that wins the deal, he just did an outstanding job, and where he won is when we did that first lap, and he was the first deal, and he come around that corner, and he got a 10 out of 10. He smoked it. He showed it perfect. And showing perfect is not easy. The young man showed his you perfect today, in my opinion. His posture is a little different than I prefer. He's a little more direct into it, and his knees maybe a little straighter into it, but it works for him. That U's shoulder is back into her hip like I like. Her neck and her shoulders out of her good. Her top line's perfect. He just does an outstanding job, and yet I might change his posture slightly, but it works for him, and I would show that way because he's done a really, really good job with that U. I do like the intensity. Yeah, let's give him a nice hand. He did a great job. I like the intensity and the overall look of this young man here in second, and you can tell he's a sheep shower. He probably showed many sheep. You can see it. I can see it. He's well-trained, well-coached. His U is well broke. She's well trained. His stance and his posture is what I like. He's a little bit lower. He's more direct into that U. He's taken her shoulder blade and shoved it into her hip, which I like. At times, though, and even we got her a little bit right now, she's just a little more spread out than I necessarily prefer. And some of it is he's getting so much out of her where she's driving uphill that they almost have to be a little bit, but I prefer her feet to be just a little closer. And when we got down here to the end, I thought she was just a little more spread out than I thought was ideal. But, I mean, I dig his style. Dude does a really good job. Again, nice job. Good job, bud. The young lady here in third, her posture and her stance is perfect. I would never change. That's what I like. She's down, but yet she's up, okay? Which means she's down in her knee. She's got the perfect presence into that U, and yet her shoulders are square. Her head's in the right spot. She gets that thing drove correctly. When we kind of get them to move a little bit, she doesn't have maybe as much wow as the boys, and maybe just not as much ring presence as they have. And some of it is she's almost so intense, and she's staring a hole in me right now, okay? Which is fine. I like some of that. But it's almost like, and I'm not saying you got to have a smile on your face, but we almost got to have a little more fun, okay? A little bit. And when it gets this close, it becomes down to fine points. I think she does a great job showing. I might just change my presence just a slight bit, okay? But outstanding job, my opinion. Good job in a tough class. Young lady here in fourth's got a nice sheep. Good topped, really square on its feet and legs. She gets a lot out of its front end. I would change your hand slightly. Almost like when you get that left hand too close to the nose, you almost kind of get into a little bit of a pulling contest instead of a pushing contest. And I get a little bit worried when the left hand starts coming closer to the nose, because when it comes to the nose, I've seen kids, when it gets tight, they almost kind of want to pull instead of push. But yet, she does a nice job. Posture's great, presence is great, ring appeal's great. She did an outstanding job. Congratulations. And the young lady here, she showed a lot of sheep, I can tell. She's a really good sheep shower. Her showmanship sheep is not perfect for showmanship. And this is a good ewe. She's going to get along fine later today. But that ewe doesn't run uphill just quite perfect. And when she doesn't run uphill quite perfect, it's hard to get that picture. And you've done everything you can do. You got down, you showed her nice. I commend you for that. But we just don't get that uphill kind of look that we're looking for in showmanship. And when it's this good, it matters. If it wasn't this good, you would win. But I would change your dancing partner slightly. And then I'm thinking if you showed one of their sheep, you probably got a little higher, okay? So congratulations. Let's give her a good hand. Nice job, guys.
Results of senior showmanship. In 10th place, Bella Campbell. 9th went to Lucinda Mares. 8th place, Maria Claire Disrosers. 7th place, Zane Downey. 6th went to Hattie Joe Powell. 5th place, Blair Sanchez. 4th, Gabriel Zenter. 3rd place went to Afted McIntosh. 2nd place, Bronk Embry. And the winner of the senior showmanship, your champion, Wyatt Lang from Blinger, Oklahoma. In the ring is the first class of junior showmen. Sullivan Supply is a family-owned and operated company founded in 1989. As the innovative leader in livestock show supplies, Sullivan Supply has kept the values of hard work, family ties, and quality products at its core. Sullivan Supply is proud to service the livestock industry and wishes all the exhibitors at the National Western Stock Show the best of luck.
Okay, as we get into the juniors, it's been good. We're going to keep these 4. I thought they did a really nice job. I'm actually going to excuse this young lady. Her sheep just didn't travel good enough today, and so it's okay. She's got a good sheep. She's going to get along later today, but they've got to walk a little better. And the 2 young ladies here on the side, I just want to get a little more neck and shoulder out of their breeding sheep. They've got nice shoes. They just need to be a little more upstanding and a little more up front. And this one's slightly crazy, which is no offense to the young lady, but sometimes the ewe don't cooperate perfect. But they've got nice projects, and they've done a good job. Let's give them a good hand as they exit the ring.
Superior Farms is proud to help sponsor the National Western Stock Show. We invite you to see more about how we help family farms. See the video at superiorfarms.com.
Again, super competitive class, and the competition just keeps getting better. It looks like I'm holding a penalty against these wool sheep, and I'm really not. But here's what I think we need to do, okay? I know you're holding them. They look nice. We just got to get more presentation and a little more look at them. You got to make them look better than they are. And that's what these kids are doing. They're trying to make their sheep look better than they are. And in my opinion, and I know it looks a little bit segregated here, but it's not. I want to get a little more neck and a little more shoulder. I know you're not going to drive them. I'm not looking for muscle, but I want to get more neck and shoulder, which means a little more skull, and push your neck up out of their top of their blade so they look a little more elite up front. That's my opinion. Y'all show them like you want to, but if you want to get with these kids, then I would get more neck and more shoulder and a little more elite looking up front. And I think that'll help you in your real show in a couple of days. Maybe a little more neck and shoulder. They'll look more elite up front, have a little better posture, a little better looking, and I think you'll be more competitive. Let's give these three exhibitors a nice hand. They did a good job. Good job, guys.
If you're looking for that extra edge in the show ring, consider the Blue Ribbon 2 blocking blade from Andis, now available with ceramic edge cutting blade. Designed for competition, the Andis Blue Ribbon 2 blocking blade delivers a new level of performance with improved hair feed and clean show-stopping lines. Create your way with Andis.
super competitive group, and I think it gets close between the top two. Both of these two young ladies did a great job. The young lady that wins made a mistake or two that I would fix. Don't get out of that thing when it's winning time, okay? And you kind of want to show me your front end. If I want to see her front end, I'll ask. I know a lot of showmanship judges, you want to show them their front end when they're over there. I want your sheep to look perfect. And to make your sheep look perfect is like when you're in it. And I would stay in it at the end. I didn't hold that penalty against you because you win. If my kid had a sheep and we needed a substitute showman, I'd pick you, okay? Fact. Because your posture and how you take that sheep's shoulder blade and shove it into its hip is perfect. I love that. Your neck and shoulder's good. Your movement's good. But winning time, don't get out. If I want to see its front, I'll ask, okay? When it comes time to win, you stay in them because when you're in it, your sheep looks perfect, and I would show it just like that. Young lady here in second, has got a really well-trained sheep, really broke. She does a good job of getting its neck and shoulder. She's maybe a little more spread out than I like, okay? It's almost like you taking up too much country there. I'd maybe change your posture slightly, and at times, just like right now, you're almost showing to me instead of showing your sheep. I kind of like a posture that's more downhill and more square, and then you turn your head to look at the judge. It's almost like you're turning your whole body, to look at me as opposed to showing your sheep downhill. Young man here in third, he wins on the walk. That thing moves like a cat, and he knows it, and he can stroll that thing to the carnival and back 10 times, and I like that. I would prefer him to have a little more confident look. Just like right now, he's not sure if he's got that thing right, and he does. He's got that U perfect. I would just change maybe your facial expression slightly and be a little more comfortable, a little more confident, and that's going to come with time. Your posture, your presence into that thing is perfect. Your walk is perfect. I would change the look on my face. I would come in the ring knowing that I was going to win, and I'd let that judge that I'm going to win instead of this, I hope the judge don't beat me kind of look. And you have that, I hope the judge don't beat me kind of look. Okay, and if I had a sheep as good as you, I'd have that different look, all right? Good job, bud. All right, young man here in fourth does a nice job. He's got a good U. At times, just like right now, she's maybe beating him, and she's coming too far forward instead of going downhill. I'd maybe get around a little more square and drive her downhill instead of her coming around the corner just a slight bit. And the young man in fifth did a good job. I just think he needs to go a little faster. I don't want him to be in a hurry, but when we stop and get her parked, it seemed like it took him a little too long to get that sheep set up and get it driving appropriately. He's got it perfect right now, or her perfect right now. I just think we need to speed him up just a slight bit to make it more competitive. Let's give them all a nice hand. They did a good job.
Results of junior showmanship. In 8th place, Gavin Bachman. 7th, Braylon Candelaria. 6th place went to Wyatt Helbron. 5th place, Aiden Robinson. 4th was Kason Candelaria. 3rd place, Trent Mock. 2nd, Mia Boy. And the winner of the junior showmanship was Kinley Toll. Next in the ring is the Pee-wees. Pee-wee showmanship next in the ring. John Deere is the official agriculture and turf equipment provider of the National Western Stock Show. Visit your local John Deere dealer for great deals now, and remember, nothing runs like a Deere. Okay, Pee Wee Showmanship. I'm going to announce all the individuals that signed up. We got a few more that signed up than what showed up. Oakley Toll, Jack Campbell. I'm going to give you their ages. Oakley Toll's 4 years old. Jack Campbell is 7. Harper Lashmet is 7. Braun Lashmet is 8. Charlie Cowdery is 7. Levi Sauer is 4. Cashlyn Watson is 9. Kyla Watson is 9. Grayson Bachman is 7. And then I got 3 I don't have the ages on. Porter Winden, Scotland Armago, and Kaysen Eckley. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would, put your hands together. Give these folks a big round of applause for being in here today. Here's the future. They're doing a great job.
Man, they did good. And some people think Pee Wee showmanship should be a participation contest. I placed them because I think when they work this hard and they've been trained and they've been coached and they've done what they need to do, might as well see who wins and loses. And those over there did a good job. Those young men showed extremely well, and if they were in bigger divisions, they would have been better than what they got. These Pee Wee guys was all good. Young man that wins, he's a sheep showing son of a gun. I like him, okay? He knows exactly what he's doing. He's got the neck and the shoulder and the posture perfect. Sometimes his sheep act like a south down, which it did, and it didn't lead real good over there in that corner, but that was no penalty because I know he's leading the south down, and when a south down don't lead, a south down don't lead. I know that, and it happens. And so there was no penalty for that. But if you look at his hands and his posture and how he holds his neck up, or her neck up, that's outstanding. He's been trained awfully well. That young man's going to grow up and be a really, really good sheep shower. Same holds true for the one here in second. She does a good job. Maybe just doesn't keep her top line in her quite as nice at times as her class winner. And some of it's due to the fact that her sheep's quite a bit bigger, quite a bit longer, and the longer sheep is kind of hard to get her top line in her exactly perfect, but she does a good job. Her posture's really nice. Her attentive is real good. She's got good eye contact. I like that a great deal. This young man did a really good job with these wool sheep. That is a nice sheep, big-bodied sheep, good top-line sheep. I would show it differently, personally. And I know I got on to the older kids in showmanship when they showed their wool sheep because they didn't get enough out of them, out of their neck and their shoulder. But you have a really nice wool sheep. Instead of bracing it, I might just scull it and make it look real pretty up front like you got her, okay? I know you're trying to show like these weather kids, and I'm not sure if I had a wool sheep I'd do that. I'd just do what you're doing up front, get her neck and her shoulder right, and show her off like you got her, okay? Because I'm guessing you have one of the best wool sheep in this barn. That thing is really good, and I would show her off, and I wouldn't drive her like a weather sheep, in my opinion, okay? But I do like how you look. I like your attentiveness. You can show sheep well. I'd just show her a little bit different than you did, and if you did that, you might move up a place or two. You did a good job. Young lady here in fourth is really intense. I like that. She's got a good look about her. She really does a good job. Maybe doesn't get as much out of her neck and shoulder as perfect. I'd maybe shove her head back slight bit, but you did a good job. And the young lady here in fifth does a good job. I talked to her. I maybe change her neck and how she has her presented up front just a slight bit. Let's give them a hand. They all did great. Good job.
Next in the ring will be Class 101, Hampshire Ewe Lambs. Class 101, Hampshire Ewe Lambs, next in the ring. Murdoch Ranch and Home Supply, you can save on the essentials you need like jeans, boots, hardware, pet supplies, fencing, and so much more. Shop Murdoch's online or find your store at murdochs.com. Saunders Construction was locally founded in 1972 and is now one of the largest and most stable construction companies in Colorado. Saunders offers well-paid positions with opportunities for career growth. Visit us at www.saundersincorporated.com for information on career opportunities.
Really good group of Hampshire U's, and the depth of the class is what's more impressive to me than maybe even some of these at the top, because we get down and those two exhibitors over there, they've got nice U's. There's not a bad U in this class, and I feel unfortunate for the young lady that stands at the bottom of this class. She's got a good U. She just needs a little more cheek muscle, and I'd like to take her chest and shove her up in her skeleton just a slight bit. That's a good U. The young man there that stands right in front of her has got a real shapely back U, a real shapely ended U, but one that I'd change in her top line a slight bit and maybe make her a little more relaxed in her shoulder so she travels a bit more comfortable. But those are two nice U's that simply get caught in a really competitive class. I think I'm supposed to say it's really close to the top, but it's really not. From the first 10 steps in the gate, this one wins the class, and the rest of them are fighting for second. That's a really, really good sheep. Good shoulder, good neck, good top line. Her body dimension and her overall rib cage is the most impressive in this group, and yet where she really beats them is when you get right around to the back of her. Her upper hip shape and her lower stifle shape is awfully nice. That is a really good sheep, presented extremely well, shown extremely well. I'm in on that one. If you want to know what I like that kind of sheep. Bring me that kind every day of the week and twice on Sunday, and they'll get a blue ribbon. Congratulations to having the champion Hampshire U. The one here in second's nice, and the young man presents her perfect. He shows her outstanding. Good shoulder, good neck like our class winner, really good in her top line, but when you get to the rear of her, not nearly as dimensional, not nearly as wide and shapely, just not as much sheep as the one that beats her, but that's a nice built one that should make a good mom for that young man on down the road. Same holds true for the one here in third, and I would say that she's really similar to the one in second. Really good neck, good top line sheep, but one that just maybe I'd just like to bust her apart on both ends of her skeleton. Open her up in her chest, give her more forerib, stouten her from the backside, but a good-looking sheep that showed extremely well. The young man there in fourth got a nice ewe, one that is certainly stout at the ground, really heavy bone, really furry-legged, which I like, but that ewe's a little too flat in her forerib for me, and she's a little bit funky in her top line. She wants to drop in her hip or in her loin edge just a slight bit and stick her tail up just a notch, but a ewe that just simply gets caught in an awfully competitive class. A really good brood ewe is here in fifth. That ewe is really dimensional. She's wide, she's stout, she's big ribbed, she's opened up from the rear. She's a little lower set than I like. She just needs to be taller fronted, more extended out of her shoulder. I just want to elevate that ewe just a slight bit to make her more competitive. Let's give them a hand. It's a good class of Hampshire ewes. Congratulations.
Results of Class 101 Hamp ewes. In seventh place, Haiti Joe Powell. Sixth went to Cooper Sanchez. Fifth, Reagan Werner. Fourth place, Cody Cohen. Third place, Kinsey Brown. Second went to Wyatt Lang, and the winner of the Hampshire ewes was Wyatt Lang. Next in is the class of 102 South Downs. With just one class of Hamps, Wyatt Lang was also champion in reserve. Champion in reserve with his 2 Hampshire ewe lambs. Sullivan Supply is a family-owned and operated company founded in 1989. As the innovative leader in livestock show supplies, Sullivan Supply has kept the values of hard work, family ties, and quality products at its core. Sullivan Supply is proud to service the livestock industry and wishes all the exhibitors at the National Western Stock Show the best of luck.
Well, I'll be honest, as easy as I thought the Hamps were from a judger's standpoint, or at least my perspective, these South Downs are hard to judge, and it's not because we're dealing with bad sheep, but we're dealing with good sheep, and all 5 of them are nice sheep. They're all built different. If you wanted to go with the bigger, more extended versions that have a little more length and extension, you start down here. If you want bigger rib cages and bigger backs and bigger ends, you start down here, and so it becomes tough because both of these sheep probably need to be a little more extended out of their front ends. They probably need to be a little more elevated at the top of their shoulder. But yet, when you study them and you stand around in front of them, they're the biggest chested, the biggest caged. I like the crease that both of them have down their top, and that's where they beat the young man there in third. They're just a little more shapely and a little more elite muscle-wise than his. The young lady that wins, she wins on the move. That's the best looking one when they move. She's the best in terms of her shoulder placement, her neck assembly, her top line's good, her hips good. I wish she's a little bigger at her tail, and I'd like to bust her apart in her pins just a slight bit. But that's the one that when you study him moving and traveling the ring, she wins this class, one that you certainly have to like from that standpoint. The young man here in second, I wish his sheep was a little bigger. And he's got a little sheep because he's a little guy, and I get it. That sheep's shapely backed, nice rumped, good ended. I just wish she's a little longer necked, a little taller, a little more extended. And that could be due to the fact that she's a young sheep. I don't think she's going to be ever great big, but I do like her kind. I like her build, and where she beats the young man in second is when we do get him in motion. She handles her top line a little nicer. She handles her shoulder a little nicer, and she stays a little leveler out to her hip. And again, I wish she's a little bigger, but that's why she gets beat. Young man, again, did an outstanding job of getting that one showed. Congratulations. I like the young man's ewe here in third, and he sheared her perfect. I told him that's the best presented sheep in this class. This thing is sheared a 10 out of 10, and I appreciate that. That took time to do that. Good skin, good hide. He shows her great. When we get her moving, she's not as good, and that's a compliment to the young man because he makes her look better than I think she really is. Because when we watch her travel, she kind of rolls out of her front end, her shoulder drops, her chest drops, she maybe falls a little bit off in her hip. I would change her skeletally. Again, he did such a good job presentation-wise and does such a good job of getting her showed, it makes that decision close for me. Like it's almost kind of one of them deals where you just let her win the show or you put her third because you beat her skeletally. Unfortunately for the young man, I put her third and I beat her up skeletally even though he did a great job presentation-wise. The ewe here in fourth, tall-shouldered, long-bodied, extended. I want her to travel a little more comfortably and a little more freely out of both ends. She's a little steeper and a little rigid as we watch her go, but a ewe that's got a big body, good in her top line, really a nice brood ewe looking kind of a female, but one that when you talk about in show sheep, she maybe just doesn't have as much show ring appeal as some of the others in class. And the young lady that concludes the class has got one that's tall-shouldered, really level in her top line. I just wish that ewe was built a little different. Like almost she's got a little more chest and a little more shoulder than she does hip and hind leg. It's almost like we need to put her head on the opposite end and we'd like her better. But that's a tall-fronted, really good-looking one that just needs a little more hip and hind leg as we watch her go. Let's give them a nice hand on a really good class.
Results of Class 102, Southdown Ewe Lambs. In fifth place, Wyatt Lang. Fourth place, Wyatt Lang. Third place went to Cody Cohen. Second and reserve champion, Porter Winden. And your first place and champion, Marie Claire DeRosia. Next in is the Suffolks. We got one Suffolk ewe next in the ring.
it's a little bit unfortunate that the young man's out here by himself because he's got a nice sheep. She could stand some competition. Good top line, good neck, good shoulder. Ew's got some quality about her and should make a good brood ewe for the young man on down the line. It really is a nice sheep that simply just is out here by herself because the Suffolk breed is not what it used to be. And unfortunately, I do like Suffolk sheep. I like their feature. I like their dark points. Nothing better than a really good-looking Suffolk ewe. I just wish there was more of them in the world. Let's congratulate this young man. He's got a really nice sheep. Congratulations.
First and champion Suffolk ewe goes to Cooper Sanchez. Cooper Sanchez. Superior Farms American Lamb is delicious and easy to cook. Visit superiorfarms.com for great recipes and ask for American Lamb at your favorite restaurant. Join Kirk Steerwalt, renowned Andis livestock grooming educator, for a live demonstration in the Beef Palace Auction Arena. Kirk will explain the latest techniques to create award-winning results with your Andis tools. Please check your schedule for dates and times. John Deere is the official agriculture and turf equipment provider of the National Western Stock Show. Visit your local John Deere dealer for great deals now. And remember, nothing runs like a deer.
The Dorset U that wins this particular class, at least for me, she wins it pretty handily. She's the one that does the best job of combining some athleticism, some ring presence, some shoulder design, and yet when you compare her to her class winner, she's just so much more athletic on the move. She's more aggressive in her stride. Her chest sits in her a little nicer, and she really doesn't disappoint. For you that's got that kind of neatness about her design, she's really got a nice hip and stifle shape in her. I like that U a great deal. The one in second is the most massive in terms of her back and her hip shape. I'd change her front end, especially when you notice it more when the young lady gets her in motion. She's just a little steeper in her shoulder. She drops her chest plate just a slight bit. I just want to take that chest floor and shove it up in her body just a bit more and give her that elite show sheep look from the side. Really nice sheep to stand second. The one in third, I gravitate to because she's really tall fronted. She's long, she's level. She's got a really feminine appearance to her. But when you study her, she's not maybe as neat in her underline and not as big in her upper hip as the ones that beat her. I just want to stouten that U up just a little bit, maybe shove her chest up a slight bit. The most massive U is the one here in fourth. She has the advantage in terms of bulk, width, back shape, hip shape, rump shape, but she's just a little too funky in her top line for me. She wants to dip down in her loin a slight bit, and then her neck doesn't come directly out of the top of her shoulder quite as ideal as I like, but that's an awfully stout U that if you're just going with mass, she probably excels the class by a great margin. You got a nice U, young lady. Congratulations. And the one in fifth, the speckle face U, that's a good sheep. She's good shouldered, good top lined. I just change her underline. She's a little deeper than I like. I want to shove up her chest. I want to drop her stifle just a bit and have her have just a bit more balance when we study her from the side, but an awfully, awfully nice U that simply gets caught in a competitive class. Let's give them a good hand. It's a good class of sheep. Good job, guys.
Results of Class 104, Other Meat Breeds. In seventh place, Gavin Bachman. Sixth, Dylan Heath. Fifth place went to Kinsey Brown. Fourth to Mariah Wiskus. Third place went to Mia Boy. Second, and your reserve champion, Kinley Toll. And your champion goes to Harper Lashmet. Next in the ring is Class 105 Yearling Ewes. Class 105 Yearling Ewes next in the class. Next in the ring. Saunders Construction was locally founded in 1972 and is now one of the largest and most stable construction companies in Colorado. Saunders offers well-paid positions with opportunities for career growth. Visit us at www.saundersincorporated.com for information on career opportunities.
Another good class. The ewe that wins is just built a little nicer in terms of her skeleton. I prefer her shoulder setup. I prefer her athleticism when we get her in motion. She's got a really nice, long, level, square hip in her, and I like a great deal. And yet, when you get your hands on her and study her, she's really opened up in the center part of her body. Ewe that's got a tremendous amount of dimension to her, presented and shown extremely well. That's a really high-quality female that comes in here and wins this class quite handily. The fitted ewe here in second is one that certainly you have to like for her top line and her levelness. But when we get her in motion, she's a little steeper in her shoulder. She's a little straighter. Congratulations, guys. She's a little straighter in her hock. She's just not as fluid in movement as the one that beats her, but an awfully nice ewe. Congratulations, young man. You got a nice sheep.
Results of Class 105, Yearling ewe. Second place reserve champion goes to Cooper Sanchez. First place and champion is Kinsey Brown. Next in the ring, Class 106, Weathersire Dam. This is the A break. Weathersire Dam, this is the A break. Sullivan Supply is a family-owned and operated company founded in 1989. As the innovative leader in livestock show supplies, Sullivan Supply has kept its values of hard work, family ties, and quality products at its core. Sullivan Supply is proud to service the livestock industry and wishes all the exhibitors at the National Western Stock Show the best of luck.
I think the top two is relatively close, and when they first come in the gate, I gravitated to the one that was in second because she's presented so nice. She's sheared extremely good. She's got big, fluffy, nice boots in her. Young lady's done a great job of getting her on display today, but when I compare her ewe to the one that wins, she's just not as nice on either end of her skeleton. The one that wins is neater at the point of her shoulder. I think her neck hinges to the top of her blade a little nicer, and I really prefer when you get back into her hip and study her levelness of rump, her squareness of hip, the dimension that the class winner has from the side view. That is a nice ewe. Presentation-wise, not as nice as the one in second. Maybe that's due to the fact that maybe she's just a little rougher pelted. Maybe she's not as fluffy and furry as the one in second, but I like the build, the skeletal design, the body mass, and the bulk of that one a lot. After you get into that one and study her, and for what she really is, fundamentally, she's an awfully, awfully nice sheep that should make a nice brood ewe for someone on down the road. The one in second, as I've said, high-level show sheep, really presented, congratulations, really presented well, really shapely backed. I like the extra cheek muscle that ewe possesses. I'd change her hip a slight bit. She kind of wants to taper in a little bit, and then at times she ducks off just a notch, and that's being picky on an awfully, awfully nice sheep. Young lady, you did a really good job of getting that one showed and presented. Congratulations. The one in third is a good-looking one. Really neat, really sporty, really cool. Presentation is a 10 out of 10 again. That ewe just doesn't have as much body. She's a little flatter in the lower part of her cage. She's a little narrower down her top. The nose that beat her, but that's a good-looking, well-presented, really nice show sheep. The one in fourth is, again, one when he gets her stuck or stopped and propped up, she's awfully good-looking. Good chest floor, good rib cage, good top line. I beat her when we move. She doesn't stride as nice and comfortable. She's a little steeper in her shoulder, maybe a little softer in her posture when we get her in motion, and some of it is that she's not maybe as cooperative is the term I would use. She maybe fights that young man just a slight bit. Maybe if we just let her go and watch her travel without a halter or with our hand, we might like her a little better. But when we do get her in motion, she gets beat for me today. And the young lady that's fifth has got an awfully nice little good sheep. She just gets outpowered and outhorsed today. She's given up quite a bit in terms of weight. And I would change her rib cage a slight bit. She's a shapely backed one, big-ended, but she just needs more forerib and more rib design than some of those that beat her. Let's give them all a nice hand. They did a good job.
Results of Class 106, Weathersire Dam, Group A. In 8th place, Gavin Bachman. 7th place, Hattie Jo Powell. 6th went to Emma Berg. 5th, Reagan Werner. 4th place, Zane Downey. 3rd was Gabriel Zenter. 2nd place went to Bella Campbell, and Braylon Candelaria was first. First and second will come back in after Group C for Champion Drive. If you're looking for that extra edge in the show ring, consider the Blue Ribbon 2 blocking blade from Andis, now available with ceramic edge cutting blade. Designed for competition, the Andis Blue Ribbon 2 blocking blade delivers a new level of performance with improved hair feed and clean show-stopping lines. Create your way with Andis. John Deere is the official agricultural and turf equipment provider of the National Western Stock Show. Visit your local John Deere dealer for great deals now, and remember, nothing runs like a Deere.
Nice one to win this particular class, and I think that we could get in a debate and we could discuss second, third, fourth, and fifth even, and talk about parts and pieces and kind of maybe have a little bit of an argument as which one is built the best, made the best, has the best future. But the one that wins at no point in this particular class, from the time they come in the gate, this one was always first for me. She is the most opened up in the center part of her body. She's unquestionably the biggest and the widest at her tail. She's the most dimensional when you stand behind her and study her true skeleton and her true mass. And yet, she's maybe not as elite as we necessarily want them to be up front, but that's a good shouldered, good necked one that's got a big body and a big cage. I like that sheep a great deal. The one in second, and she's got that little road rash there on her hip, which kind of throws her off a slight bit, but that's a good high quality ewes. She may be on the trail a little bit too much, and she's starting to stale out just a slight bit. You can kind of see her loin edge is starting to fade just a little bit, and she's starting to show some signs of maturity through her neck and her shoulder. But that's a big backed, big ended, big caged one that's got big old furry legs, which we like. I just would wish she was a little bit fresher and a little bit more immature to the front third of her body. The young man here in third, he's got the outlier in the group, and everybody can see she is young and small in this particular class, but that's a good built one. Good shoulder, good neck, tall fronted, really young, really immature, and I like that about her. Really shapely backed. She's maybe just not as square and as level out to her hip as I like, and she's just given up so much in terms of dimension and width and mass. It's kind of hard to know exactly where she goes, but quality-wise, she's as good as any in this particular class. I think that you's got a really bright future in front of her. Congratulations to you, young man. The 1 in 4 is a good tall-fronted kind of a female, but she's just a little bumpy in her top line. She wants to dip down her loin edge just a little bit, and I would like her to be just a little fuller back as you study her upper flank. Her lower flank's fine, but she wants to kind of taper in her upper flank just a bit. I'd just like to give her just a bit more balance to move her up in class, but that's a good tall-fronted, shapely one that's got a big hip and a big hind leg. I like the Brood U Potential, the one here in 5th, big-bodied, big-backed, big-ended, not as neat skeletally. She's a little bit rougher in terms of her shoulder structure. When we get her in motion, she's not as an elite walking around the ring, and she wants to taper off in her hip just a slight bit. Let's give them a nice hand. A really good class of competitive use. Good job, guys.
Results of Class 106, Weathersire Dam Group B. 9th place, Dylan Heath. 8th went to Sophie Barant. 7th place, Wyatt Hilbrun. 6th place, Afton McIntosh. 5th place, Kaysen Candelaria. 4th place, Bella Campbell. 3rd went to Wyatt Lang. 2nd was Marie Claire DeRosia. And the winner of Class 106, Weathersire Dam Group B, Lucinda Mayers. 1st and 2nd will come back in for champion drive. Next in the ring is Weathersire Dam Group C. Weathersire Dam Group C entering the ring. Saunders Construction was locally founded in 1972 and is now one of the largest and most stable construction companies in Colorado. Saunders offers well-paid positions with opportunities for career growth. Visit us at www.saundersincorporated.com for information on career opportunities. Sullivan Supply is a family-owned and operated company founded in 1989. As the innovative leader in livestock show supplies, Sullivan Supply has kept the values of hard work, family ties, and quality products at its core. Sullivan Supply is proud to service the livestock industry and wishes all the exhibitors at the National Western Stock Show the best of luck.
This has been the most fun class to judge of the day, and mostly because it's been the best class of the day. There's sheep over there on that side of the ring, and I told a couple of them, but in other classes that we've had prior to this point, those sheep could stand second, third, fourth, maybe, and be in contention to get a blue ribbon. But in this class, this is where all the elite ones seem to come out of, because we've got sheep in this first group that I like a great deal. Sheep that I would definitely love to feed and have in our program. The one that wins, though, and I beat on this young lady a little bit in showmanship because her sheep didn't walk, but I knew it was going to be okay because I knew her sheep was real good. And when you get her out here, this thing is really nice. And where she wins is I think she's just the most complete. She's not the shallowest. She's probably not even the thickest. But she does the best job of combining a lot of good stuff. She's good shouldered, good necked. She's the best in her top line. And I like her upper hip. I like her stifle shape. I like her even though she's a little bit ignorant walking, but when she does walk, she travels awfully nice. Young lady did a good job. I like that ewe a great deal. Congratulations. The one in second is the best moving one. And this thing can really flow. And the young man has done a good job of getting this thing broke and cooperative. She's just not as square in her edge and as big and nice in her upper hip as the one that wins the class. Maybe one that's maybe just a nickel softer at this stage. And I'm not going to say I beat her because she's fat or anything like that. She's just not as creasy and as shapely as the one that wins. But I do like how that thing gets around the ring and moves. The most elite breeding piece is probably the one here in third. That thing is shallow as shallow gets. Her chest is shoved up in her sternum or in her body awfully nice. Her shoulder setup's good. I like the extra crease and touch that she has behind her shoulder. She's big rump, big-ended. She has a hole. And unfortunately for the young man, I'd like to change that sheep in the heel of her loin, make that top line just a little nicer. And when you get your hands on it, she pinches just a little bit, but again, that is an awfully nice sheep, and I think in a breeding program, you get that thing mated up correctly, and you could probably make one that could win this show. That is an awfully good breeding piece in my opinion. The one in fourth is the sheep that I've been talking about. That sheep wins 90% of the classes that we've had out here today. That is a good show sheep. That thing is bulky, big caged, big-ended, big fat-legged. When you get her in motion, she travels awfully nice. She's just not as neat in her lower cage, in her lower sternum. She wants to run downhill just ever so slightly. And the biggest criticism is when we compare to those that beat her, she's just not as elite to the front third of her body, but that's an awfully, awfully good sheep that just simply gets caught in an ultra-competitive class. I like the one in fifth. That is a good moving, good walking, good fronted one that just simply gets out horsed and out powered today. You stand around in the back of her, she's not as big as we study her back into her hip and not as stout from the rear, but that is a good-looking one that just needs more of her to compete with some of these mooses that beat her. Let's give them a nice hand. It's an awfully, awfully good class. Congratulations to all you guys.
Results of Class 106 Weather Sire Dam Group C. In 10th place, Caden Healy Mitchell. 9th place, Caden Healy Mitchell. 8th place, Afton McIntosh. 7th place, Aiden Robinson. 6th went to Aiden Robinson. 5th, Scotland Armejo. 4th place, Blair Sanchez. 3rd place, Zane Downey. 2nd went to Trent Mock, and your winner was Taya Winden. First and seconds of A, B, and C are coming back in for the champion drive. Champion drive of Weather Sire Dam.
It's been super competitive, and I really enjoyed the quality, and the kids have done a good job of getting them shown, getting them presented. The young lady that wins the first class that we sorted, that's a good sheep. And fundamentally, she might be as good as any of them. I like her shoulder and her neck and her body and her bulk. She's maybe just not as an elite show sheep as a couple others, but make no doubt about it, I'd take that thing home in a New York minute. I bet you that thing can make a really, really good show lamb for whoever takes that thing home and breeds it. The one in second, we bragged on her in class, bulky cage, big back, big-ended, super square. I like her in motion. Maybe like to shove her chest up just a notch and make her just a little more elite to the front third of her body, but an awfully, awfully nice one. I may have played my hand when we judged this class, but that was the best class of the day. Those two will be champion and reserve. Congratulations. Nice job.
Champion Weathersire Dam goes to Taya Winden and your reserve champion, Trent Mock. Next in, Yearling, Weathersire Dam. Next in the ring, Yearling U, Weathersire Dam.
I said it in a prior class, but it really is sincere that both of these sheep could stand a tremendous amount of competition. They're both nice. They're a little bit different in their body type. The one that wins is just a little more mobile, a little more fluid when we get her in motion. I like her chest floor just a notch better. I think she's got just a little bit more of an elite show sheep look to the front third of her body. Maybe not as bulky in terms of her cage and her hip as the one in second, but an awfully, awfully nice sheep that simply I wish there was more of them, because that is a good sheep that stands second in this particular class. The one in second is big caged and big ended. She's just a little deeper for me. She's a little more plain to the front third of her body. Maybe like to tone her up and lean her up just a notch. But a good class. Let's give both these young ladies a nice hand. Good job.
call, and then we'll take a break. Results of Class 107, Yearling U, Weathersire Dam. Your reserve champion is Afton McIntosh, and your champion is Bella Campbell. Champions and reserves will now come back in for overall champion and reserve champion female in the junior show.
before we move on, and I know there's been a lot of good sheep that's come in the ring and left, but let's congratulate these exhibitors that made it back. They did a really good job today. I do want to apologize again for being a little late this morning, and when I got creamed by that concrete truck from the rear, I thought, man, I hope I don't miss this ewes show today, because I really enjoyed the chance to come out here and look at these young people's ewes and work with these kids. Is something that I certainly appreciate, and I appreciate the National Western for giving me the opportunity to come and do it. It's been really enjoyable from my standpoint. The sheep have been good, but the kids have been better, and it's been certainly a good experience for me. I may have played my hand slightly. There's two sheep out here that I really like a lot. The Hamp sheep's awfully good, and from the distance, her silhouette and her outline is the most impressive. I like her top line. I like her body shape. He's got the perfect amount of fill in this particular ewe, because her depth of her chest to her rear flank and how she works her lower cavity is outstanding. In motion, she's the best as well. This thing can get up and go. She's fluid, she's mobile, she's really athletic in terms of her length of stride, her comfort, the straightness of her skeleton, I think is really impressive. I wish she had a bigger forearm, okay? I'd like to stouten her up just a little bit, in her front leg just a little bit, and when you get your hands on her, if I can be critical of an awfully good sheep, I wish she had just a little bit more tone and a little more texture. I think we maybe got her just slightly overcooked in terms of condition, but that is picking on an awfully good ewe. Young man did a really good job of getting her shown and getting her presented today. I want to commend him for that. The young lady that wins the weather dams, the little blue deal, that thing, when you get your hands on them, is the most impressive. Extra shapely back, really creasy, from the top of her shoulder back into her hip. She is the most dimensional in her upper rump and her lower stifle shape of any in the barn. That thing is really nice when you get right behind her. Great big pinned, really shapely back. I want her to go maybe just a little better, but I think some of it is temperamental with her. I think if we just turned her loose in a pasture and let her walk around, I don't think we would pick on her skeleton at all. At times, though, I think she may be, and some of it's due to the fact that we've challenged her skeleton a slight bit, because she is shapely, and when you put that kind of muscle in one, they maybe aren't going to be as mobile and as agile getting around the ring, but that thing there moves good enough for me. She's the most shapely backed, the biggest ended, and if I was going to take one home and breed her, I'd breed that one first, so she wins. Congratulations. I honestly didn't think I could split that pair up, because this is a nice sheep, and we talked to this young man when he was reserving that division. That thing can get up and go. I like her kind, I like her build, but the second best sheep in the drive is the young man's Hamp. Congratulations.
Your overall champion, female, went to Taya Winden, and your reserve overall went to Wyatt Lang. Again, 10-minute break. We'll come back in for the open show.
the ewe that wins this particular class, when I compare her to the one in second, there's just a bit more body, I think, in her. She's more opened up in the center part of her body. I like her extra levelness as we get back into her tail. There's just a touch more dimension, and I think her underline quality suits me a little bit better. I like the length and extension and the elevation of here of the one in second. Maybe just not as neat in terms of where her chest sits in relation to her flank. I'd like to stouten her up just a notch in terms of her bone work and make her just a little heavier footed, but a really tall, upstanding kind of ewe. And the one that's third is as big-bodied and as big-ended as any, but she's just a little plainer when we study her to the front third of her body, a ewe that just doesn't have as much elite look up to the front third is the two that beat her. Let's give them a nice hand. It's a good class. Congratulations.
Results of Class 124, ewe lamb under a year. Third place, Victoria Ginsbach. Second place, Michelle Sturkle. First place, Michelle Sturkle. Pair of ewe lambs. Same two will stay in. Michelle Sturkle is the winner of the pair. Pair of ewe lambs goes to Michelle Sturkle. Next in the ring is Class 126. Ewes 1 year old and under 2. Where's E-Dub at? Oh, way to go. She had her all set. She did all that work. And then poof.
Well, this class breaks down is what you're used to and what you see, and the only thing that in common between these two and those two is that they're classified as sheep. They've been bred totally different. They look different. It's almost like judging the difference between a pig and a goat. So it comes down either you go this route or you go that route. I chose to go this route. When we compare the two, this shoe's quite a bit better in terms of her neck, her shoulder, her top line. I like her extra levelness of hip. The U in second, it's big cage. She's really productive in her body type. A U that's got plenty to her. She's really wide in terms of her chest. Her underlying quality's good. As we said, when we compared her to her class winner, I'd change her hip, I'd change her shoulder setup a slight bit. When we compare these two, I like the body dimension again of the one here in third. She's just a little fuller perhaps in her flank. She's a little more appropriate in terms of her depth. Congratulations, guys. Congratulations. Congratulations. And yet she's a U that's super good in terms of her top line. When we compare to those two smaller sheep, she's not as heavy boned, she's not as wide, she's not as stout, but yet she's a tall, extended, growthy kind of a female. It just determines on what a judge's preference. I just would change her a few places there. And the one that's fourth is a good U. Big cage, big back. I'd change her underline. She's a little higher flanked and maybe a little bit not as nice in terms of her hip and her hind leg structure as the one here in third. Let's give them a nice hand. Good class.
Class 126, Ewes 1 year old and under 2. Results: fourth place, Michelle Sturkle. Third place, Michelle Sturkle. Second place, Oklahoma Panhandle State University. And first place, Oklahoma Panhandle State University. So class 127, pair of yearling ewes results. Oklahoma Panhandle State wins it, and Michelle Sturkle is second. We have an overall hamp is next in. Overall hamp female next in the ring. on.
Again, comparing apples and oranges slightly, and they're different body types and different styles. So, but when I think about like where this sheep sits as far as what she's can generate and where she's going to go, that's a nice sheep. Good shoulder, good top line, good hip. I like her hind leg. She's going to win. Okay? Congratulations. Good job. And then when I think about where like that thing sits, and in no disrespect, that's a nice ewe, but she's not as good in her hip and her hind leg and those kind of things. I like the balance and the design and the overall look. No, she's not as maybe heavy-footed and as stout-boned as some of these guys, but that's a good ewe. She's going to be reserved. Congratulations. Nice job.
Champion Hamp ewe goes to Oklahoma State, Oklahoma Panhandle State University, excuse me, and your reserve champion to Michelle Sturkle. In the ring is Class 141, Ram Lamb under 1 year of age, Southdown.
Really good Southdown Ram here in this class, and then we've said it before. We talked about this buck could stand some competition. He's tall-fronted. He's really good in his top line. He's got good breed character. He looks like a buck, acts like a buck, so that's a good thing, right? He's a little stubborn, but he's a nice sheep. Let's congratulate these people on bringing their project here to Denver.
Your Ram Lamb champion goes to Southdown champion goes to Terry Joe Labor.
here again, you have to put your priorities and where you're going to put your emphasis. And the one that wins is extra nice. We saw her earlier this morning, and that's a good ewe. She's really mobile, flexible. I like her build. She's not the biggest sheep in the world, but I think she's certainly big enough. She looks like she could make one, and I certainly like that about her. The little guy here in second, that's a ewe that's built awfully good, really good in terms of her rib and her back and her hip. I wish she was bigger, but she's a sheep that certainly, at her size and her weight, fits. She's still youthful in terms of her neck and her top line and her build. I don't know how big she'll be in the end, but she's one that's certainly really dense when you get your hands on her. She's got the right kind of hip shape. I like the young man sheep here in third, and I might have been a little hard on her this morning because she's one that just doesn't seem to travel quite as nice. I think some of that's due to the fact she just maybe doesn't love the show ring. That's a good use. She's good shouldered, she's good top line, she's level hipped. I just wish she had a little more stoutness when you get around the backside of her and make her go just a little more nice. And we was, again, critical of this one a little bit this morning, too. But that's a nice use. She's tall-fronted. She's level. I would change her chest in relation to her flank and maybe just open her up in the center part of her cage. Really good built one here, one that's certainly level in her top line. She's just got a little more upper hip shape than the one we follow her with, and I like her rib cage. Nice job. Tall-fronted, good-looking. I just wish she's a little stouter from the back. Same thing holds true with this one, and the one that concludes the class, I just like to change her from the rear a slight bit. Let's give them a nice hands. Good job.
Results of Class 144, ewe lamb under a year. 8th place, Michelle Sturkle. 7th place, Michelle Sturkle. 6th place, Terry Jo Labor. 5th place, Terry Jo Labor. 4th place, Wyatt Lang. 3rd place, Wyatt Lang. 2nd place, Porter Winden. And the winner of the ewe lamb, Southdown ewe lamb under 1 year, Marie Claire DeSorius. In the pair of ewe lambs, Southdown Division, 3rd place, Michelle Sturkle. 2nd place, Terry Jo Labor. 1st place, Wyatt Lang. Next in the ring is ewe, Class 146, ewe 1 year old and under 2.
Good pair of Southdown ewes, and you can tell they've been brought right out of the pasture, the field, and the barn, and showed up in Denver. But the one that wins is a good ewe. She's got a big barrel cage in her, big old nice top line in her, really good and durable in terms of her loin edge. I like her extra length of hip and levelness of rump. That's an awfully nice sheep that should be a really productive brood ewe for that young man. The one here in second is good as well. She's a big-bodied kind of a ewe. She's got a big old square top in her. She's just not nearly as wide and square. When we stand right around the rear of her, I just want to open her up in her hip just a slight bit. Let's give these two exhibitors a nice hand. They did a good job.
Results of Class 146, ewe 1 year old and under 2. Second place, Michelle Sturkle. First place, Michelle Sturkle. Next is pair. It'll be the same two ewes, pair of yearling ewes, Michelle Sturkle. Next in will be the selection of the champion ewe in the Southdown breed. Champion ewe, Southdown breed, next in the ring.
Okay, so he's close. Sheep that wins the young class is my favorite sheep. I like that sheep a great deal. I've used her a couple times already today. I think it is closer for reserve, so congratulations. You're going to be the champion. Nice job. And then I think it gets close because we got the young man's ewe, and we've talked about her a little bit. Really good looking, really shapely, really square. She's obviously a weather type sheep. And thinking about where she sits in the real world in terms of raising weather type sheep, I think that thing could make one. When we talk about projecting her on and breeding one, the big ewe here is I think for where she sits in life is a good ewe. She's very big, productive. She's grown extremely well. She's really opened up. She's super wide. Obviously, she doesn't come with a bunch of pizzazz and a bunch of show sheep dressing that we've been looking at all day. But I think where she sits in relation to real world sheep, she's my second favorite. She'll be reserve champion. Congratulations.
Champion Southdown female goes to Marie Claire DeRosier, and your reserve champion goes to Michelle Sturkle. Next in the ring is best pair, 1 Ram, 1 ewe. Terry Joe Labor. Best pair, 1 Ram, 1 ewe goes to Terry Joe Labor in the Southdown breed. Now lamb flock, 1 Ram, 2 ewe lambs. That will go to Terry Joe Labor also in the Southdowns. Upon completion of this class, we will start with the Suffolks. Next in the ring, Class 154, ewe lamb under 1 year, Spy Club Lambs. Class 154, ewe lamb under a year goes in the Suffolk breed, Spy Club Lambs. Now Class 156, ewe 1 year old and under 2, 2 entries, both Spy Club Lambs.
Good pair. Pretty close in my mind. The one that wins has just got a little more body. I mean, and I know she's probably a little further along here in terms of where she's at in life, but she's got a little more cage and a little more levelness to her hip. I like her extra fullness when you get around the rump of her and study her through her pin bones and down to her stifle shape. She's not as big and maybe as extended as the one in second, and the one in second does have an advantage there in terms of her general length and her overall elevation out of the front third of her body, but maybe just not as opened up in the center part of her body, and certainly doesn't have is that nice swooping belly line that our class winner has. But let's give them both a nice hand. Both really, really good Suffolk U's. Congratulations.
Results of Class 156, Suffolk U, 1 year old and under 2. First place, Spy Club Lambs. Second place, Spy Club Lambs. First place in the pair of yearling ewes goes to Spy Club Lambs. Now we need the first and seconds of each of those classes to come back in for the selection of the champion Suffolk U. Champion Suffolk U, everything that you guys just showed comes back in for selection of champion Suffolk U.
Really good trio of Suffolk U's that come back. I know the Suffolk show wasn't real big this afternoon, but I think the quality's been good. The one that wins the older class, that thing's really neat in terms of her neck, shoulder, underline. I know is we talked about it a while ago. I mean, that's a pretty look, and that she's so good and composed in her top line. I think where she has an advantage on the young lamb here is when you just study her from the top side of her shoulder and trace back into her hip. There is a really nice line in the big U. Obviously, the young lambs. She's younger, more immature. She's maybe a little more shapely. She's a little wider when you get around the rump of her. But that's the one I like. She'll be the champion. Congratulations. And this one will be reserved. Nice job.
Results of the Suffolk division. Your champion goes to Spy Club Lambs. Your reserve champion goes to Spy Club Lambs. Next in, Class 161. Other purebreds, Ram Lamb under a year. Ram Lamb under a year. Next in the ring.
I like the buck that wins this class. This is a good sheep, and he's a sheep that certainly is durable in his build. He's heavy boned, he's rugged, and he looks like a ram. I like his head. His head quality is extremely good in my opinion, and yet he's really got a nice rib cage in him. He's good in his top line. He's off the ground. He travels the ring really comfortable. I think that is a super high quality sheep that just looks like a good buck, and he looks like one that could certainly make some good offspring. It's close between second and third. The Dorper buck is obviously more conventional in his size, but he's just so much more opened up in the center part of his body. His flank line's better. I like his balance and his overall design a bit better. I like his extra hardiness that he appears to have compared to the tall sheep there in third. Obviously the big Dorset buck here in third's off the ground. He's extended, he's long, but he's just a little hollow in his flank. He's a little houndier in terms of his gut than I necessarily prefer. I just want to open him up and just make more of him. Let's give him a nice hand. It's a good class. Really good one to win.
Results of the Ram Lamb under 1 year. In third place, Dylan Heath. Second place, Vernon Pottis. And in first place, Dylan Heath. Pair of Ram Lambs goes to Dylan Heath, class 162. Pair of Ram Lambs, other purebreds, goes to Dylan Heath. Next in, class 163, Ram 1 year old and under 2. Your yearling Ram, other purebred, goes to Spy Club Lambs. Now we will bring the first and seconds back in for selection of champion Ram.
So we didn't discuss the young man's buck when he won his class, but I thought would take the time now to brag on him a little bit. That's a good sheep. He's off the ground. He's extended, really long in terms of his length of body, and I like that about him. And it looks like they had a lot of fun because they made his lower stifle shape pretty neat. I would be slightly critical of him. When we get him in motion, I want him to travel just a little more correctly off his hind leg, and maybe for as stout and as opened up as he is down his top, maybe just like to square him up in his knee just a tick bit. But that's a tall-shouldered, good-looking buck. I think he's certainly got a future in making some babies for sure. We bragged on this sheep in class. I like that sheep. That sheep's opened up. He's got the right kind of look. He's maybe not as bulky in terms of his body and his rump shape as some others. But that's a good buck. He's going to be the champion. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Good job. And this one's reserved. Nice job, guys. Thank you, sir. Congratulations.
Champion goes to Dylan Heath. Your reserve champion goes to Spy Club Lambs. Now we move to class 164, other purebred, ewe lamb under 1 year. Ewe lamb under 1 year. Next in the ring, other purebreds.
Again, a nice ewe to wins this particular class, and where she excels over the two behind her, she's just more of her. She's bigger bodied, she's more opened up in the center part of her rib. She definitely has an advantage when you study her back into her hip and how she's more bulky, off into her stifle and her hind leg. I like her balance, her design. Really, really nice ewe to win the class. It's close between second and third, and this morning I placed it this way and almost switched it because I'm thinking that the ewe in third is just bigger, she's more extended. But I think the ewe in second, she just has an advantage in terms of her design. She's better in her shoulder. She's more correct in her neck set. I like how she's really nice in terms of her top line. I'd like to lengthen out her hip, make her a little wider from the rear. That's a really, really nice sheep to be second. And as I said, the young man's lamb here in third's big and extended. I'd just like to see her designed and balanced just a little nicer. Let's give them a hand. It's a good class.
Results of Class 164, ULAM under a year. Dylan Heath was first, Dylan Heath was second, and Gavin Bachman was third. Pair of ULAMs in next. Pair of ULAMs, Dylan Heath will win the class. Dylan Heath. Next in, other purebred meat breeds, 1 year under 2. So yearling ewes, other purebred meat breeds, class 166, yearling ewes.
Well, in this class, we've got different types and different kinds and even fit different. And so we have to kind of go through that slight bit. But I think that skeletally, the ewe that wins is the best. She's really nice in terms of her build and her quality, her top line, her levelness and squareness of her hip. And yet, when you get inside the wool and study her in terms of her width of chest and how wide and true she stays off her hind leg, you got to appreciate that about her a great deal. I like that sheep a lot. It gets close between second and third, and they're a little bit different. The one in third's got a little more body. Congratulations. She's probably got a little more bulk from the back, but I like the neck and the shoulder and the top line and the balance of the one here in second, and that's why she sits there. As we said, when we compare her to her class winner, maybe not quite as much flank and his belly and just as general width as her class winner, but that's an awfully nice sheep. The one in third, as we commented just a second ago, she is opened up good in her body. She's wide. She's just not as neat in terms of her shoulder setup and her blade. Maybe her neck's maybe not quite as long and as neat as the one in second. One here in, good job. The one here in fourth's a nice sheep. She just maybe a little more conventional in terms of her size. She's a little smaller, maybe a little more compact, and she probably doesn't have as much upper hip and stifle shape as the one in third. And the one that concludes the class is a really, really nice sheep. She's just a little greener and more immature. I think that sheep just needs a little more time and a little more feed, and then we could compare to those that placed above her. All right, good job, guys. Congratulations.
Results of Class 166, yearling ewes, other purebreds. 5th place, Oklahoma Panhandle State University. 4th place, Oklahoma Panhandle State University. 3rd place, Oklahoma Panhandle State University. 2nd place, Oklahoma Panhandle State University. And the winner of Class 166 was Blair Sanchez. Next in is a pair of yearling ewes. Oklahoma State won it, since they were the ones in there. Oklahoma State won the yearling ewes. Now we are on best pair. 2 entries. Best pair, 1 ram, 1 ewe. 2 entries, Dillon Heath and Spy Club Lambs. In the ring is the selection of the champion ewe and the other purebreds.
This is a close decision for me. I mean, I think both of these class winners are nice. They're different. They're quite a bit different, and they're fit different, presented different, and then their body types are different, so you've got to kind of make a decision. The ewes, when they're stopped and propped, that's the best, is the young man here on the end. That ewe is really neat in terms of her outline, her levelness. I like her shoulder, how smooth it is, and how it blends into her neck. And then you get your hands on her, she does have a big old nice back in her. There is more than just a ball of wool in that thing, I promise, because she is really, really shapely right out of the top of her blade, and I like that about her. When I get her in motion, I maybe get slightly critical. She wants to hold her top line a little bit funny, and then maybe she could go just a bit more comfortable off her hind leg, and I'm picking on her because I like her. If I didn't like her so much, I wouldn't pick on her quite so hard, but that ewe, when we get her in motion, I'd maybe change her slightly, but yet again, really nice silhouette, really nice outline, and when you get your hands on her, she is impressive. I like the athleticism of the one's the younger class. Tall-shouldered, athletic, long-necked. When you get her in motion, even though she's not perfectly broke, this thing can move. She is super fluid and athletic in motion. She's not as opened up, even with the wool being gone, as opened up in the front side of her cage, and she's not as opened up right between her front legs, and that's my mild criticism of that particular female, because I just like to bust her apart a slight bit, give her a little more forearm. But I do like her athleticism. I like how mobile she is. She is a really nice sheep. So it is close. That one's going to be the champion. Congratulations, guys. Nice job. And this one's reserved. Good job, guys.
Champion female goes to Blair Sanchez, reserve champion Dillon Heath. Next in, Class 168, best pair, 1 ram, 1 ewe.
You folks are going to get tired of listening to me talk, so I'm going to try to be brief. But it's a good deal because we have the champion buck and the reserve buck and the champion ewe and the reserve ewe, and it is close. I do like the ewe in that pair a great deal, but I like the uniformity, and I like this pair as a duo. I think those two fit together awfully nice. They're going to be the champion, and those will be second. Good job, guys.
Champion pair goes to Dylan Heath. Reserve champion, Blair Sanchez. Spy Club Lambs, excuse me. Spy Club Lambs on that one. Class 169, lamb flock, 1 ram lamb and 2 ewe lambs, goes to Dylan Heath. Dylan Heath. Next up is Weathershire Dams, class 171, ram lamb under a year.
This beautiful earring was found in the bathroom.
Weathershire Dam Rams, Wyatt Lang will be first and champion.
Assuming he wants to.
Next in is class 174, ewe lambs. Weathershire ewe lambs under a year. This is Group A.
again, we've seen these females once today already, but the one that wins is nice. We've talked about her. We bragged on her a few times. Really, really good ewe. Good show sheep. In second, fix her hip just a slight bit, but that's a really, really nice ewe that's presented and shown extremely well. I like the look and the design and the elevation of this one in third, and the young lady does a really good job, especially right now. You got her perfect. That's a 10 out of 10, I would call it. Just wish she had a little more body. Okay, good sheep. Good build, medium size, level, square, bulky. Just want to raise her up, inch her up. I think that thing has got a tremendous amount of brood ewe potential. I just wish she had a little more show sheep appeal in this ring, but that's a good ewe to be fourth. Young man's got a moose here in fifth. Stout, opened up wide, big hip, big ended. I'd change her shoulder a little bit. When we get her in motion, I just want her to walk uphill a little nicer. And the young lady that concludes the class has got a nice sheep. She just don't quite have enough of her in this particular class. Let's give them a hand. Good job, guys.
Results of Class 174. In sixth place, Hattie Joe Powell. Fifth place went to Gavin Bachman. Fourth, Reagan Werner. Third place, Gabrielle Zentner. Second place went to Bella Campbell. And the winner of Class 174 Group A is Braylon Candelaria. Next in is Class 174 Group B.
we've seen them before, and the decision's between second and third for me. And I like both of those sheep, and I don't know if they're in the same class area. I don't even know how I placed them, but the difference between second and third is I think there's just a little neater in her top line. I like her smoothness and levelness from the top side of her shoulders. We get back into her hip. She's just a little fuller and fresher there in the heel of her loin. I like her maybe, she's got a little belly wool, so we can, and so does one and third, but I like her swoop to her flank just a little nicer as well. I would like to open her up in the front side of her rib, maybe just a slight bit. The one advantage that the one and third's got is she handles extremely nice. Big old square, edgy back, really shapely in terms of her hip and her hind leg, and I like that about her. She almost looks like a really, really good wether, and when I just wanted to look a little more like a brood ewe, and that's why I put her third. But that's an awfully nice pair. We don't have to talk about that first one. We've already talked about her 14 times today, right? That is an awfully, awfully nice sheep. The one here in fourth did well this morning too. She's opened up in her back, really shapely there. I just like to run her chest up, give her a little more flank, and just make her look a little more youthful. She's starting to show some signs of some wear and tear perhaps. And the one that's fifth is stout, opened up. I'd change her top line a little bit. She's just a little bumpy for me. Let's give them a hand. It's a good class.
Results of Class 174/B. In 11th place, Dylan Heath. 10th place went to the Urban Farm. 9th place, Sophie Barant. 8th place, Wyatt Hilbrand. 7th place, Hattie Jo Powell. 6th place went to Kaysen Candelaria. 5th, Hannah Wiskus. 4th place, Marie Claire DeRosia. 3rd place, Bella Campbell. 2nd place went to Kinsey Brown, and the winner of Class 174 Group B was Wyatt Lang. Next in is Class 174 Group C.
just in like in the previous class, the decisions between second and third. And both of those ewes are really nice. They're awfully different. I chose to use the one that's just a little taller fronted. I like her length and elevation out of her front end. And then when you get your hands on her, she's just maybe just a notch leaner and a little more sculpted from out of the top of her shoulder back into her hip. Awfully, awfully good ewe. I like the bulk, the width, the mass, the body shape, and the rump of the one here in third. I just wish she's a nickel taller fronted. I want to take her chest and shove it up in her body just a slight bit, just make her a little more elite for the front third of her body, but a really, really good ewe to get third. I think the blue one looks better this afternoon. She looks fuller. She's more opened up in her body than she was earlier in the day. Really shapely back, and I like that about her. She's got a nice hip in her. She travels well. She still just needs a little more rib cage and bulk and mass to compete with some of these mooses ahead of her, but that's an awfully nice ewe. The young man's got a ewe here that's coming next. It's a good sheep. She don't act real good for him. She's a little stubborn and a little wild. That's a good shoulder. Congratulations. It's a good shoulder, good neck, really shapely back ewe. I just wish that she had was a little fuller back into her loin and give her just a little more belly to compete with those. The one coming next, we talked about her in class earlier, really thick, really wide, maybe a little small. The ewe coming next has got a good body and a good top in her. I just wish she was bigger footed and heavier structured. And the one that concludes the class is an awfully nice sheep. That ewe's getting a little tired today, and she's been a little stubborn and maybe not showing perfectly, but she just doesn't have as much hip and mass from the rear. Let's give them all a good hand. Good job.
Results of Class 174, Group C. In 8th place, Jordan Spall. 7th place went to Afton McIntosh. 6th, Aiden Robinson. 5th, Aiden Robinson. 4th place, Reagan Werner. 3rd went to Spy Club Lambs. 2nd, Wyatt Lang. And the winner was Taya Winden. Pair of ewe lambs coming in the ring. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. I'll give you what I have. Champion pair. Champion pair went to Wyatt Lang, and second place was Bella Campbell. And since they were in the ring, we went ahead and did best pair, one ram, one ewe. That was Wyatt Lang. And then we did lamb flock, which is one ram lamb and two ewe lambs, and that was also Wyatt Lang. So now we're going to back up, and we're going to do the yearlings. So class 176, a ewe 1 year old and under 2. We've got 3 contestants: Bella Campbell, Afton McIntosh, and Kinsey Brown.
Good class. You that wins is really nice. I like her build. I like her body. She has an advantage over the one in second, just I think in how straight she stays in her top line and how level she is in her hip. And I think I like the difference between where her chest sits and how her belly line sits in her. Just an awfully nice shoe. She may be just a skosh big, but other than being just a big old sheep, she is awfully, awfully built well. The one here in second is close between second and third. I think we had them this morning in the same class. I like the shallowness, and the chest floor of the one here in second a notch better. I like her shape. She's got a little more tone, a little more texture working down her spine. I'd change her in the heel of her loin a little bit, maybe open her up at the top of her rump just a slight bit. That's a nice shoe. And one here in third, she's stout, she's wide, she's opened up, big hip, big ended, big loined. I just wish her chest floor set in a different spot, but a good ewe. And the Suffolk ewe that's fourth is a really extended, long-bodied ewe. She just comes in a little bit different kind of package. Let's give them all a nice hand. It's a good class.
Results of Class 176. In fourth place, Kinsey Brown. In third place, Afton McIntosh. Second went to Bella Campbell, and first, Kinsey Brown. Next in, we will be bringing in the first and second, so in all the classes for champion female. Champion Weather Dam female will be selected next.
Well, obviously, we've seen these things a couple of times, and I still like all of them extremely well. And it can change. They can come in, they could water them more, water them less, show them different, sheep act different, but they really haven't changed much for me. The two that won earlier this morning will win here this afternoon. The blue one will be the champion. Congratulations. And I dig this ewe a lot. She'll be reserve. Nice job.
Your champion, other purebred female, goes to Taya Winden, and your reserve champion, Wyatt Lang. Next, we will be selecting the Supreme Champion Ram. Supreme Champion Ram.
So only champions.
Only champions come in. Only champions come back into the ring. Supreme Champion Ram, and only the champions come into the ring.
And we can probably do a first call for ewes too to come, because I don't think there's very many.
a good trio of bucks, and they're different. And all three of these sheep are going to serve a different purpose in life, and that's okay. I mean, we don't have to look at them. They don't have to look exactly the same. We know what they're going to go do and know what kind of lambs they can sire. The weather-type buck or the hamp buck here that wins that division, he's a good sheep, and he didn't have any competition, but he could have stood a tremendous amount of competition. I like how rugged he is. He's opened up. He's got a big chest in him. He's got a big old barrel rib in him, and yet when you study him in motion, he handles his feet and legs appropriately. He's not extra fancy maybe through the front third of his body, but yet I think a buck need to look like bucks. And we've been raising lambs for a very long time, and sometimes them real cute ones don't make good show sheep. Sometimes they got to be a little gnarly-headed and a little thicker skulled and a little thicker neck to make a good show sheep. And I like that about this sheep. He's awfully good. We bragged on this white buck a great deal already. That's a good sheep, and I know exactly what his purpose in life is going to be. He's going to make big, fast-growing lambs and sheep that certainly have some foot and some dimension. He's not overly stealthy in terms of what we talk about show sheep, but yet I like the height of his shoulder. I like his rib design. I like his levelness atop. I like his feet and legs a great deal. The Southdown buck, he didn't have any competition either, but he could have. He looks like a Southdown, and I like that about him. He's got good breed character. I like his top line. I like how smooth his shoulder is, and I like the fact that he does look like a ram as well. He's like all three of these. They look like bucks. They don't look like females. They don't look like wethers. They look like bucks, and I like that about them. There can only be one winner. That's my favorite. He'll be the champ. Congratulations.
Your champion. Champion Ram. Wow. Champion Ram went to Wyatt Lang. Champion Ram went to Wyatt Lang. Next in, we'll do the champion female. Supreme champion female next in the ring.
I feel a little sorry for you folks sitting ringside. You've had to listen to me talk too much today, and I apologize for that. But we've had a lot of classes through this ring. It's been fun. The junior show was really good. I thought the quality was spectacular. I did the U's at Louisville, this time the weather dams at Louisville, and they were really good. And I'm not sure that the National Western has fallen right in line, and it's been just absolutely as competitive as that particular U show was as well. And so it's been fun. It's been enjoyable. The open show, we saw a lot of them repeats, but we saw some new ones too. I enjoyed the buck deal. The white U on the end is a neat sheep. That thing is extra special in terms of her outline and her design. Her shoulders set up, how wide she is up front. She's got a big old hip in her. I like that sheep a great deal. The Suffolk ewe is got a really nice silhouette. Her body line and her body shape and just that swoop to her flank and her rib is outstanding. She's maybe not the biggest sheep in the world, but she's big enough for me. I like her a great deal. We've bragged on old Blue here quite a bit today. That's a neat sheep. And I think he's getting better, or she's getting better. Every time we get her in the ring, she looks a little better to me. I like the shape and the crease that she's got right on the top of her shoulder. And she has a really, really nice upper hip in her, and I like that a great deal. The Southdown ewe starting to fade slightly, but that's a good ewe. In motion, she's one of the best that's hit the ring. That thing can really fly across the ring. I like her rib cage and her design through the front third of her body. And the young man that come out with the Hampshire ewe, that's a good, solid sheep. It's not spectacular maybe in any area, but maybe her biggest credit is that really you wouldn't change much about her. Her shoulder's good, her neck's good, her top line's nice. She's got a good hip in her. I like how she plants that hind leg in the ground. I think that's an awfully, awfully nice sheep that's going to make an outstanding brood ewe. Well, there can only be one, and my favorite's this one right here. Congratulations.
Your premier exhibitor or premier female was Taya Winden with the Weathershire Dam. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would, put your hands together and let's thank Wade Franklin. He's done a great job today. And he'll be back, lamb showmanship, right? Yeah, be back this week for lamb showmanship. So Wade, thank you very much for everything you did. If you're leaving, you have to have a release. This young lady, this young lady in the gray sweater here in front of me, she's the one that has to sign your release. So if you're getting ready to leave, you need to get her to sign the release, and she's only going to be here for about a half hour. Also, if you brought a market lamb with you to the breed show because of how far you came, you also need to talk to the superintendent, because she needs your stall number. Thank you. Be careful driving home. We'll see you tomorrow for the wool breed.